Evening. Are we all good? Nice to see the usual crowd and a few new faces. Welcome, welcome. Yes, it's a standing Dan tonight. So, what are we up to? The Magellan, yes. So I wanted to do some more NPC task-based stuff tonight. I've been thinking about this over the week, and I'm trying to iron this system out so it is the most robust and bulletproof it could possibly be. And in addition to that, I've also been thinking about the overall startup sequence of the game when the game loads for the first time, and how we go about staging that in isolated, controllable steps, so that we make sure that the right things are happening in the right order, and we're not having crazy bugs creeping in, like the ship being stuck at FTL if you quit the game whilst you're at FTL, things like that. And I found that as we're now adding a lot more features in rapid succession, the things we're adding are affecting things that are already there. So we're breaking existing things through the process of adding new things. And obviously that's not an ideal situation at all. So making it more modular, making it more isolated, making sure all these different code bases are communicating with one another but not dependent on one another, is definitely the way forward. So I'm just making sure that we've got all our ducks in a row on that one. So to that end, I've been going through, as I said, the ship's startup, and looking at things like the helm controls, where before we had a bunch of events here which were listening out for global events. Instead, it's now more proactively just getting the ship state from our game state. So I'm going to move more towards state files for every in-game system. So like the helm, for example, the helm is doing work that it doesn't need to be doing. It should just be an interface with an actual physical system rather than being the physical system. And we've got that in a few places within the game where the helm UI is supposed to just be a UI. It's a readout and a control interface. So when you interact with the helm UI, those interactions should be driving a separate system which is managing the ship movement, essentially a flight computer. So we need a separate flight computer which is managing all those actions so that we can have multiple helm UIs. So if we have, say for example, the engineering control room being a backup bridge, we need to be able to have a helm UI there which is doing the same job as the helm UI on the bridge, and yet neither of them are actually doing anything that is actually physically doing anything with the ship. They're literally just a control method and a readout. So we need to make sure that every UI we add is purely that. It's something that sends interactions, and it's something that receives data as a readout. Beyond that, it should not be doing anything. Because it's really easy to fall into the trap where you process the player input from the UI, and then you have the UI drive some action somewhere. It's kind of like the easy way of doing it, but in the end, that leads to problems further down the line, where as you add more and more functionality and more systems, you're just bloating the UI more and more, or rather the back end of the UI. So I need to make sure we nip that in the bud. So the ship itself is now sending out this ship state, and I've got a global macro which can be shared between any blueprint that does. Basically, it just grabs everything we need to know about what the ship is doing at this precise moment, and it's also context aware, so it knows which ship you're on. So if you're on a shuttle, then This will be outputting the shuttle's details. If you're on a planetary surface, it will update the planetary surface details. So we can just glean that information. So it doesn't matter what UI calls this, it's just grabbing the data. And then we can drive all the different UI elements directly from there. So like in this instance, every time our ship state changes, then we can change the buttons, enable them, disable them, that sort of thing. Which should fix the ship being stuck at FTL and not being able to be controlled, because this is updating about 10 times per second, so it's always current as to what's going on. So that should make things smoother. Now we need to basically take that same methodology and move that into our task system as well. And I just want to just do a quick retest of this, make sure it's still working and I haven't inadvertently broken it somehow. Doesn't help that I'm stuck in a box. Right, so our NPC is still moving stuff from shelf to shelf. So I think what we'll do is we'll maybe set up different classes of object, and we will set up shelving in different labs and see if we can start dynamically bringing those objects aboard the ship. We can maybe do a quick proxy for a probe and have that come back with something. Maybe if we just press a button, it will pretend to send a probe out and come back with an object. And then an object will have like a random science class associated with it. And then the NPC will pick that up from the staging area and then take that to the relevant lab. I guess that's our goal for the evening. Don't worry, Delta, it's all good. The more stuff you can break, the more I can fix. Wouldn't want me getting bored, would we? Right, so that's BP shelving unit. So to make sure that that we're managing this. So I think the deck crew one was kind of hard set for doing the shelving units, if I remember rightly. Yeah, so we are we're kind of doing it manually if they are deck crew. Again, with the NPCs, with this modular approach, we need to make the AI crew be a lot more modular in terms of their code base. So I guess the first thing we need to do before anything else is we need to start switching out on which role they are, and then we will have separate functions and sub-functions for each department, so that we can manage those activities on a per department basis, rather than kind of lumping it all into one set of logic. So we'll have isolated department specific logic instead. Again, so if we're working on one department and working on, say, the deck crew, we know we're not going to impact the NPCs in the other departments because they have their own isolated set of functions. All in the name of not causing more bugs whilst fixing the bugs you've got. Where are we? Magellan Class. Yeah, I'm kind of amazed that you guys were using a Steam Deck as a server. I mean, that's crazy. I'm amazed that it actually did it. I guess something like the Steam Deck is going to have limited capabilities in terms of just CPU grunt and RAM. So the fact it was able to host a game at all is kind of amazing. Yeah, it's it's amazing, and yeah, like you say, just stick it on potato mode, minimal graphics, and then you've got all that CPU time and GPU time freed up for the actual serving. But yeah, brilliant. Amazed that it worked. Obviously, we don't recommend using a Steam Deck as a game server, but if it works, it works. So we're working with C Deck, so let's just give ourselves all the room we need. Oh, the other thing I did actually, talking of modularity, on our streaming levels, that basically loads all the different decks and things. We have a streaming level for the space environment, and that contained things like the star field, the physical galaxy that gets generated, but not things like the galaxy gen, which was sitting on the persistent level. So what I've done is I've moved anything that is pertinent to generating the galaxy and space and put that on its own sub-level, so that for each ship that we introduce to the game, we can just pull in this same sub-level, so the same streaming level, on all of those different vessels, and we'll have the same representation of the galaxy without having to rebuild this every time. And it also contains the post-process volume as well. So again, our post-process settings are consistent across all the different ships, so we're not having to make another one every time, and it's just again, it keeps everything modular, consistent, and reusable in a more efficient way. Okay, so there is C Deck. Let's give it some interior. Okay, so here's our probe room. I'm not going to worry about the specific shelving units and classes of shelving unit yet, although we will get to that. Because we're going to have, obviously, different size classes for things. And I was wondering about how best to represent that in terms of benefit to the player. Like, is a small sample the same value as a large sample, or does that large sample give you more bang for the buck in terms of science? And I'm thinking probably the latter. So these large samples will give you a lot more in terms of science feedback than the smaller samples do. But then there needs to be some kind of risk reward associated with that, so maybe the small samples are quicker to get hold of and the large samples take longer to pick up, something like that, or require a different class of probe maybe. But yeah, so what we want to be able to get to in terms of functionality here, we need a probe to land, come in through what will be an airlock, and then this will be like the staging area where the probe gets unloaded. We'll have like a manufacturing area here for making new probes, and on this side we'll have storage for probes and stuff that you get off of probes. So we'll have probably shelving around here, which will be just the drop-off point this room is perhaps oversized for what it needs to be. Although probably once we start adding the airlock and everything, it might shrink down a fair bit, but we'll see. But for now, I think we'll just put maybe just like a pad on the floor there where we just drop stuff, and then we'll have a runner that comes in, grabs things, and then takes it to the relevant lab's storeroom, whichever lab that might be. Which also means we need to know what class each storeroom is, so that they go to the right lab, and we need our procedural prop items as well. Okay, if we just maybe just start with our shelf test, just to make sure that the NPC can actually do that, and then we'll build up from there. Yeah, the probes will definitely be upgradable, and yeah, absolutely, there will be some planets, say, that are too high gravity, or they've got some kind of corrosive atmosphere, or like really high winds, something which makes sending a probe down not impossible, but with a high chance of failure. So we'll have a failure rate percentage on each probe that you send, so there's a chance the probe's going to get lost. If you're sending it down to a really calm, normal, kind of Earth-like planet, then that percentage is going to be very, very low. If you're sending it to a planet which is more like, say, Venus, with really, really high winds and temperatures, then there's a really high chance you're going to lose the probe in the process. But through upgrades, we can reduce that percentage. So we can have armored probes with bigger engines and that sort of thing. We'll also need to configure the probes for what type of thing they're retrieving as well. Obviously, an oceanic probe is going to have a very different configuration to one that's like going down for some geology. So we'll have basically a configurable trunk section where which Thunderbird is it? The green one. Is it Thunderbird 3? Or 4. I don't know my Thunderbirds. Yeah, like this. Thunderbird 2. So the idea is that obviously with Thunderbird 2 you've got these swap-outable sections which contain different vehicles. So if we have something similar with the probe, whereby the trunk section of the probe, the cargo section, can be swapped out depending on what type of thing you're going down to retrieve, and it will do something very similar to Thunderbird 2, where it will go down, land on the surface, deploy its cargo section, retrieve its sample, and then return back to the ship. And we'll just swap these out depending on what thing we're going down to retrieve. So there'll be a definite sort of configuration activity that's needed on a per probe basis. Where are we? Yeah. Again, using a Steam Deck for hosting is it's a fun little experiment, but definitely wouldn't recommend it for actual gameplay. You need you need the CPU power to be able to actually, manage all the players that are in the game and manage all the systems ticking away. I don't think the Steam Deck's really quite got the power for that. I'd visit Clare Island. Sounds nice. Why is that on the floor? Right, so if we just park that there, just for the sake of it for now. It should have all of our locations and NPC standing positions set up already. We should have paths already. Yeah, so we've got all our nav mesh already there, so that's good. Let's grab an NPC and set them up to be deck crew. Don't worry about rank or roll. They can just, as long as they're deck crew, they'll do their job. Alright, and then we need the other shelf. Oh, these need tags, don't they? I cannot remember off the top of my head what the tags were. Ah, that was it. So probe stash, that's where probes get dumped. Okay, and then the other one, just move it in here, so it's an empty one. Them there for now, and that one needs to be lab. There we go. Knew it was there somewhere. So we will obviously need to tag these on a department basis. Now I don't think we were doing anything specific with our props to make them pick-upable. I think any old prop will do. So if we go find our pumpkin again. What I'll do, once we know that this is working as desired, we will make ourselves proper probe fodder that we can bring up from the surface. Now I'm not going to give them a seed or an ID, because it will start saving their location and I don't want them to, so actually I can have a seed but not an ID. There we go. each item's got a unique seed, and that will drive the procedural mesh stuff once we add that. And I think that actually might have been the wrong character. Yeah, I need the test version of that. On. Okay. Yeah, it's going to depend on the item. So we'll have two sets of seeds. If you have an alien plant, for example, then we're going to have a seed for driving things like the type of leaf, the type of flower it might have, just the general physical structure of that alien plant. But within that, obviously there need to be variations of that plant. One might have 2 flowers on it, one might have 3. Same flowers, but different numbers of flowers. So what we'll do is we'll have a seed for driving the initial base values, and then a secondary seed for doing the variations on the theme. So if you find an alien plant that you bring on the ship, then we want to make sure that every time the game's loaded, that plant is the same plant. It's the same one that you chose to put on the shelf. So yeah, we need to track those seed values. Same things about vegetables. So vegetables are all different sizes and shapes, and we're driving that by seed. If you were to then print out another one of those vegetables, then we'll give that a random seed so that it's a different size and shape every time, just to keep it organic. So yeah, in some cases we'll roll the dice on the seed. Other times we'll keep a set seed if we want the object to be the same every time, like a ceremonial sword from an alien surface. You're going to want that to look the same every single time. Alright, let's just give this a try. Yes, you will definitely be able to eat alien fruits, and one of the upgrade paths for the hydroponics is going to be different alien plants that you can grow instead of the ones we bring from Earth. So we want quicker growing, more nutrient dense plants to be available out there, so that you can upgrade your food supply with just better raw plant fodder. And yeah, we want to be able to just eat random alien fruits as well. Some will be good, some will be bad, but that's where we'll use the the science labs and analysis of these things to determine whether it's edible or not. If you just eat it without doing science on it, then that's when you run the risk of getting ill. It occurs to me that I may not have put that on the right level. So I would have spawned the NPC on the persistent level, and then it would have gone flying through the floor, like how we don't want them to do. Alright, and they can just go on C deck interior for now. Yeah, for sure, Nassi. I mean, there will definitely be a point at some point in the future. Once we have aliens walking and talking, then they'll also need feeding. So we'll have to have different classes of food, or different nutrient bases that certain aliens eat. That's just going to require some deep dives in metabolism and such. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so what's happened here is they've all fallen down because they were loaded before the NPC level, I would have thought. Yeah, there you go. He has dropped it. Oh, is he getting knocked out of his hands? That doesn't help. To make sure we disable physics on these things. Oops. See if he comes back for another one. So yeah, the NPC needs to know whether or not they've dropped something. Where'd the other one go? Did he just like teleport it? I think he did. I think because he had a reference to that object that he was carrying, the fact that he dropped it is irrelevant, because as far as he was concerned, he was still carrying it, and then he just teleported it. Okay, yeah, he's got this one. Okay, so that worked. Jolly good. And again, these are all being ignored because they're not overlapping our shelf spots. So that should have triggered him to come and grab that one. No, not you, you're a scientist. I notice with the NPC optimization, by the way, that as he walks away, his animation rate starts ticking slower and slower, and see, as he just turns the corner there, it's if they're within, I think I set it as 10 meters, then basically their animation's running on tick. Beyond 10 meters, for every meter that they are further away, the animation rate slows down and the nav rate slows down for performance, and it seems to be doing a really good job. Oh, hey Danger Mouse, thank you. Very much appreciated. Here, have a heart. Okay, so that's working. So the next step is we need a probe coming in. We then need to generate a random object in the probe, and then obviously have that placed on the shelf here so that he'll come and fetch it and move it to there. So we need one NPC which is doing probe to shelf, and another one which is doing shelf to shelf. So I suppose we need different deck crew roles for, I suppose, runner, so someone who's just running around grabbing stuff, and someone who's actually physically working in the probe room. Yeah, so we'll set that up as two different enums. In fact, let's do that right now. Where are we? Yeah, so assigned role. So we've got deck runner, which is what the current one is, and then we've got deck probe room. Just to distinguish the two different jobs that they're doing, because what we don't want is one of the runner deck crew getting involved with the probe room stuff, because they'll stop doing the job they should be doing to go and help out with something that's not their job. It will be, yeah, it definitely will be. So every position on the ship will have like a numbered identifier associated with it, and when we do the crew roster, that crew roster will be split up into the individual positions that are on the ship, and then you can either assign an NPC to that position, or you can assign a player to that position. So it will have a discrete number of positions that must be filled, obviously, for the ship to be fully operational. If you lose an NPC through like injury or illness, then obviously that position is no longer being filled, so the NPCs that are left are going to have to do more work, or players are going to have to help out and get involved. So yes, there will be very specific assignments for very specific roles. When it comes to things like the deck crew and having deck crew runners, we'll probably have like 5 or so all over the ship, just running cargo around where it needs to be moved to. And we might have some robots as well backfilling that. So something like a runner, it might actually even be all robots rather than actual human beings. Although working on the probes and things will be actual crew. But yeah, they will be distinct roles. Yeah, we're probably doing two scientists per lab, and they shouldn't need to go further than their local storage. So they'll go into here to grab something. If there's nothing in here that needs science doing on it, then they'll just idle and maybe just pop to the lounge or something. They'll find something to do until there is something there for them to work on. So the idea is you need to make sure you keep these labs stocked with things that need to be scienced so they can go and do the science. So it's a case of continually sending probes out to grab stuff, to give them stuff to do. And then we'll have to balance out how long it takes for one thing to be fully scienced, because if it's too quick, they'll constantly run out of things to do. Or if it's too slow, you'll start having a backlog of stuff building up in the storage areas. So that's going to have to be a balancing act that we'll figure out through playtesting. And also in how long do we want probes to take before they come back, and do you need to still be in orbit waiting for them, things like that. It all will get balanced during playtesting. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that too. Okay, so shelf to shelf is good. So let's add the next piece of the puzzle then. Let's start adding a probe. For now, we'll just have it disappear and appear magically with stuff in it. Obviously, long term, it needs to fly out, fly to the planet, fly back, bring stuff back. But for now, we'll just have it pop into existence with stuff. So we are going to need a new class. What's the best way to do this? Maybe we'll add a whole new folder. Again, keeping it modular, so we want to make sure that all of these isolated systems can be uplifted and moved. Like if we were making another project, we want to be able to pick up our probe system folder, put it into a new project, and have it work just literally from the folder without too much dependency on other things. Because the more dependency you have, the more room for bugs you have. So we'll keep it as isolated as we possibly can. So we'll call this BP probe. And then we're going to need a probe. Let's make a probe. This is going to be quick and dirty. Don't know what that is. Let's move that out of the way. So if we make it, say, 1 meter wide and maybe 3 meters long. Yeah, tic-tac probe. Yeah, probably something like that. And we can shape it a little bit. something like that. Yeah, so the idea is the probe will look something like that. I think I prefer that going to there. So there'll be one of those like lifting body type things. Yeah. Why is that colouring the whole thing? There we go. Tiny little probe. Right, I won't bother building the actual cargo section or anything yet. But that's where it will go. So we'll have like a crane or something which just inserts whatever cargo section you need. We'll have all the flight avionics at the front, engines and stuff at the back, fuel tank underneath maybe. Yeah, a couple of thrusters and things too. And we'll also have like sample acquiring hardware underneath. So actually the we'll have it so it's hollow underneath. So when you put in your sample container, it will have its own sample retrieval hardware built into it. Different types of sample are going to require different retrieval hardware, so it makes sense to make that all part of the same module. But that'll do. I think we'll give it its own folder. Okay, back to Unreal. Yeah, we'll have it with landing struts that are quite tall. Obviously, we need room to be able to do the cargo handling. It might operate a little bit like a sky crane, but we will explore that as we go. there we go. That's how big the probes will be, roughly. I think that's probably about right. Kind of scary. Might make them a bit bigger than that, but yeah, basically that. And then we'll as I say, we'll have some probe storage over here. So I'll have a bunch of them parked up, ready to go. Yeah, so if we have the manufacturing bay over here, so we'll have like a production line, I suppose. So it will start 3D printing parts, and then it will assemble those parts in a factory line kind of way until a finished probe pops out the end. And then this will be the probe configuring area. So this is where you'd have maybe like a little gantry crane above, and it will insert whichever module you're using for that particular mission, and then they'll be loaded out onto there. So they'll be dragged out to there, put through the airlock, and then there'll be an automated sequence where they'll be moved out onto the landing pad, and then they'll just sort of lift off and fly off down to wherever they're going. And then on the return journey, they'll come across, they'll land, and then they'll be brought in automatically through the airlock. They'll be decontaminated within the airlock, and then I guess they'll be wheeled forward to like an unpacking area kind of here somewhere. We've got enough room in here that we could maybe have 3 probes being processed at once, because we've got quite a big area here in the airlock. So yeah, providing you've got enough probes in stock, you could easily do 3 at once. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why not. At some point in the future, we could remote fly them, have some kind of screen, or like the camera drone, basically like that. So you can just fly the probe about the place. That could be fun. Or just put a chair there like a kid's toy and you can just fly it around. My first Starship. Oh, if only it would fit through the door. I guess what we'll do is we'll just set up a timer. Make it really, really, really simple. We'll need to do some checks to make sure it's empty, but let's call it fly mission. Yeah, so every 10 seconds we'll have it disappear off and grab something. And that will just keep going until the ship's full. So what we'll do, if we store that as our probe timer, and then what we'll do is we'll check that to see whether or not it has anything in it. Actually, let's make a trigger volume. call it? Is it collision? Oh yeah, there you go. Box collision. So we'll basically get it to check to see whether or not anything is still inside, and if it is, then obviously the probe will go nowhere. So it will pause the timer until that box is empty, in which case it can go off and do another mission. Actually, I'm not going to do this with a timer. I'm going to do it purely in the graph instead, so that we can give it a little bit more control over when it does stuff. Or I could put a button on the probe that makes it go and get something. Yeah, that gives me an idea. Why can't I see the UI folder? Oh, because it's all the way down there. That's fine. So we'll have a UI on there anyway, because you'll need buttons for like opening the section. Thanks, amigos. So just stick a button in the middle. That'll do. If we put a launch button like on the front of it, then it will just sit there until such a time as you send it off. So we need a reference to parent BP, which is going to be an actor reference, and then we're just going to do the UNOS button press client. Don't need to worry about that because it's just the one button. So we're basically using a blueprint interface to tell the probe the button's been pressed, but we will send that through to the player controller first to make sure that it gets replicated. And on the probe itself, just get rid of some of this stuff that we don't need. Don't need that, that. Keep that one there for now. Alright, that's better. So on begin play, we need to do a quick setup event where we need to get our widget. So that is our probe UI. We're scaling all of our UIs by 0.04 just to maintain some size consistency. And then we need to change that to probe UI. So it was 300 by 100. Can't remember now. Yeah, 100. So tick mode automatic, world space, game time. Right, so if we get widget, then we cast to. I'm going to make this a blueprint interface at some point as well, just to streamline the process in the future. So cast to WBP probe UI, and then we will set parent BP. So we're just telling the UI who its parent is, just so it knows where it's sending the message. We need to implement our UNOS interface, so it gives us access to all of our functions. So that's what we're sending, and all we do is we get a reference to our player controller, and then we do the same thing as the client. That is a reference to self, so we know where we're sending it back to. These two are irrelevant really, but we'll plug them in anyway. And then we need that, which is what comes back from player controller as server authoritative. So that comes from the UI as a client action, that goes to player controller as a client action, and then player controller simply converts this to a server authoritative event and sends it back as an authoritative event, which means that everything from this point is being done on the server, which means this button will work in multiplayer. Which means on here we need an event for launching the probe. Launch probe. And we'll just fire that. So that's our replication sorted out. And then launch probe is where we need to check, first of all, that there's nothing in it. If there is, we will do nothing. In fact, we'll just do some debug spam. Using my new debug spam macro. Probe not empty. Just so we know that I'm trying to send the probe when there's still something in it. Because what we're doing is we're checking our box. If there's anything overlapping it, then obviously we don't want to send the probe yet because it's still full. If it's not full, then we need to take, actually let's child that to that. So we'll take that and then we will set hidden in game. As if it's just flown off. Actually, let's delay it for just for a second, so it doesn't immediately vanish as soon as you press the button. So you press the button, wait a second, it will go off. It will then wait, let's say 5 seconds just for testing purposes, and then we will re-show it again, so it has now come back from wherever it went to, and we then need to spawn actor from class. If we get our world transform, so we're basically just spawning this object wherever the middle of that box is. So the object will spawn there. I'm going to just make it ever so slightly smaller so that it doesn't have any chance of overlapping with itself. Not that it should. For now, if we just do pumpkin, okay, just give it a random seed, and make sure that we always spawn it. So that should come back with a pumpkin when you press the button. And if it's already got a pumpkin in it, the button will do nothing. But we just need to make sure we place said button somewhere where we can see it, which I guess would be on the nose. Let's make it bigger. Right, there you go. Big old launch button. Right, let's just test that a minute, see if it actually does come back with a pumpkin. Hey Mike, good to have you. Yeah, well, sending a probe is going to require a specific target be set. Hang on, just wait for it to stop whatever it's doing. What on earth? No, there's definitely nothing happening on there. Let's try that again. Well, no idea what's going on with that. Seem to have a real issue running the game in the editor at the moment. It's absolutely fine when packaged, but in the editor it just doesn't seem to be able to handle it. And did the engine just crash? Because it certainly feels like it. Oh no, there we go. Right, let's move this over to our test map a minute. So we have an empty probe, nothing going on with it. Press launch. It's gone. It should come back with a pumpkin. Hurrah! We have retrieved a pumpkin from somewhere. And let's make sure I turn off collisions on that cube because it's preventing us from picking stuff up. But yes, so there we go. If I can't even shove it off. So I can shove it off with this. There we go. So launch goes away. Comes back with a pumpkin. We remove said pumpkin. Actually, let's not remove said pumpkin. Let's just so now it shouldn't launch because there's something on it. It's not going to go anywhere. Which is good. Then if we shove that one off, it should work now. Yep. Right, good. Nice and simple. So let's just make sure that this box isn't blocking anything. blocking interaction. So we want it to ignore that and that and that. Yeah, so ignore all of those. Right, that should stop it from stopping us from picking it up. I think the other thing we need to do is we're going to make this, rather than a delay, I'm going to make it a retriggerable delay, because if you mash the button over and over and over, of course it's going to be firing this over and over, and we don't want multiple versions of the delay queuing up and then doing this multiple times. So every time you hit this, it will reset. So the last time you hit it, it will be a second from that point. Or, actually, even better, if we do it as a do once, and then we will, and then we'll reset it once it's come back with something. Because otherwise, after the initial timer, you'll be able to press it again during this timer, which again we don't want. So just to be making sure we don't have any room for issues, just to reset probe, pop that there. So when we're all said and done, we will just reset. Right, that should be pretty much bulletproof. So I guess the next thing is we need to check the probe as if it's a shelf. So if we take our shelf code a minute. Okay, we don't need to go that involved with it actually. Yeah, if we give it its own check for props on our shelving interface, it's probably the easiest way to do this. So if we add our shelving interface onto there, then we'll do that basically. send whether it's empty or not. Probably do that with a select actually. So hang on, so if validate, right, so that needs to be inverted, because if there is a valid index, something's on the thing, therefore it's not empty. So that needs to be false. So we'll invert that. So if there is a valid index, yeah, then we need to send, just give it some numbers. So if we get world location for the box, that's where the object is. The prop actor is going to be whatever the thing is that's in there. Empty is no. Slot name, just probe. And this is where the NPC needs to stand. And I think we'll just give it the same location for now. Right, so that should be enough for it to be able to get what it needs. And then just need to check actually whether or not we're casting to the shelf specifically, because if we are, then that's going to yeah, we're looking for a shelf. So if it's not the runner, then we need it to look specifically at the probe. Given that we're probably going to have multiple things in the game that contain something that needs picking up, it might be better to, rather than looking specifically for a shelf, we have these shelving units, probes, or whatever else, broadcast their state to some kind of like shelf manager, or I don't know, like a DHL manager of some kind. And then the NPC checks that rather than the shelving units individually, to see if there is something somewhere that needs to be picked up and moved. So there's like a unified central location where they're saying, right, okay, so I'm available to pick something up and move it somewhere. Does anything have anything that needs moving? And then we can pass our shelving data from that. So all the NPC cares about is, where is the object? Where am I standing to pick it up? And what is that object? It's probably a more expandable way of doing it. Oh, see you, Danger Mouse. Sorry, I didn't see you leaving. The checkbox. That's when I was going through the collision channels for things in space, and I realised that I found a bug with the engine, whereby if you set the default response to a custom collision channel, as ignore, then it will not block anything other than itself, which was no good. We didn't want that. Okay. Yeah, so again, in the interests of keeping things smooth and modular and isolated, yeah, we definitely need centralized locations for everything that we're managing in the game. So we need to do away with this. We'll assign a cargo manager. I suppose that's what it is we're dealing with, isn't it? We need a cargo manager so that we're constantly managing that cargo manifest, so we know where things are and then where they need to be. Because otherwise we're restricting ourselves by constantly looking for specific things. We need to be less specific, more generic. And we don't need to tag things then in the world. Okay. No worries, Fresters. Yeah, that's basically the story of 2026, Anasi. I'm going to be working on everything across the board that we need for early access. So again, the idea is to touch everything a little bit, get everything implemented a little bit, and then start building up on those systems over time. So this isn't going to be finished now. It's going to be like literally the bare bones, just to test the concept. And then over the next like 11-12 months, we'll start fleshing that out and polishing it and making it a proper usable in-game system. And that'll be true for everything across the board. Yeah, I think before we start looking at spawning things other than pumpkins and spawning things that actually have a science class associated with them, let's make that cargo manager. Because I think without that dedicated cargo manager, we're going to struggle to manage what's going where and where it's coming from. Because if that is a different class to this, then the NPC is going to struggle to speak to those objects. And yeah, if we have a generic cargo interface, so we name the shelving one to cargo, and where we are checking for props, we'll do that check for cargo, and then we'll see whether or not there are cargo items that need moving. So we're making it a lot more generic in that regard, which means it doesn't matter whether it's a shelf, a probe, or anything else. We're just asking that location, do you have cargo? And if so, what is it and where does it need to go? Okay, so that's going to require another folder. Okay. So I think a lot of this we'll just copy across from the shelving one that I did as a test. And then we'll kind of genericize it as we go. The cargo bay will have a mix of both. So we need we need physicalized cargo that needs to be stored somewhere. But in addition to that, we need the non-physicalized cargo, which is the raw elements for the 3D printers. So if you send out a mining vehicle, it's not going to come back with a bag of rocks. It's going to come back with a canister of raw materials, and then that canister needs to be basically injected into the ship, so it goes into the ship's stores. We'll probably have something in the cargo hold, something in the shuttle bay, where once the shuttle has landed, you can plug a pipe into it or something, and that will just suck out all of the raw materials that you've acquired, and it will ferry that off into the big storage bins that are in the ship. So we won't need to physically move any physical items in that regard. We're simply moving internal inventory to a different internal inventory, because it's just, this canister contains this substance. Now we can physicalize the canister, so you can remove a canister of a raw material, take it somewhere else and park it, because one of the things we want to do is we want to make it possible to store things like fuel outside of the fuel tanks. So if you were planning a long journey somewhere where there are no stars, let's say we have like some end game location, which is something like one of the Magellan Clouds, for example. There could be an expanse of space where there's literally no stars between them, or very, very few stars between them, where you're going to end up running out of fuel if you don't bring more along. So I like the idea of being able to stack up canisters of fuel and other things just like in the cargo hold, along the corridors. You can literally just fill the ship up with canisters of stuff, and then you can inject them into the fuel tanks, like a canister at a time, in order to be able to make a longer journey than the fuel tanks themselves will allow, which I think would be quite a cool gameplay element. Yeah, like jerry cans. Basically, you bring the extra resources with you in the form of canisters. So we want to make sure that's possible within the mechanics of the game. Right, so cargo manager, what we're going to need. I suppose we need two things. We need a list of actors that can send or receive cargo, and we need a list of cargo items. I suppose we can manage that by way of just a single struct array, because really all this would be managing is like all of the cargo, where it is, and who currently owns it. I suppose that's the easiest way of doing that. And I suppose we also need, just thinking further ahead, we need some kind of recycling disposal feature as well. So let's say that the probe comes in and it has a rock in it. Great. So that rock needs to then be taken out of the probe and put in the probe room's output shelf. So it's there waiting to be collected by one of the science lab runners. The runner comes along, grabs the item, takes it to the lab, and now that object, as soon as it's put on the shelf in the lab, becomes an object which is available for the scientists to perform science on. Obviously its amount of science will be 0 because it hasn't been touched yet. They'll then pick that object up, do science on it, and they'll keep doing that until the science reaches 100. So it's 100% scienced. We know everything about this object. It then goes back on the shelf as a completed object. Now from there, I think we need to make the decision on how long is that object kept. Is it kept until the shelves are full, in which case do we automatically get rid of the oldest one, or do we put that in the player's hands and we have the player mark an object for disposal? We could easily do that on a per item basis, and as soon as the item is marked for disposal, then one of the runners will come along, pick it up, and then take it across to be recycled, wherever we choose to put that recycling bin. So you've got multiple steps in the lifetime of each object that we bring aboard the ship. Yeah, so we definitely need to be able to flag it with different states, which means each cargo item needs a state variable, so we can store, you know, what are we expecting to happen to it at this precise moment. I mean, we can assume some of that from where the prop is. So, like if it's in the probe, the assumption is you take it out of the probe. That's easy. If it's on the probe's output shelf, the assumption is that it needs to go to a lab. That's easy. But yeah, once it gets to the lab, then we need to decide what we're going to do with it afterwards. I think what we'll do is, if you're playing as the captain or an engineer or anything that's not a scientist, then we'll just have the storage racks fill up with stuff until they're full, at which point we'll start marking the oldest item as ready for disposal. If in the meantime you don't want something to be disposed of and you want to store it on a shelf as a decoration, I guess at that point, as the player, you need to come in and grab it before all the shelves are filled up. So, I guess we put the responsibility on the player to remove the things they want to keep before the NPCs will automatically delete them once the shelves are all full up. Because we've got no overflow storage, so we can keep stuff other than shelves in crew quarters. And I guess then once you've picked the object up off the shelf, we can then mark that as like a keep, set a keep flag on it, so it will never get disposed of. Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing. Because we also need to manage things being dropped in corridors. So if an object is dropped in a corridor, then we need to make sure that the NPC like picks it up and takes it to where it needs to go, which means that that flag that we put on there as to where the object needs to be the thing that gets used, so NPCs know that, you know, when they see something and pick it up, they know where to take it. Which also means that those objects need to know whether they're stored on a shelf or not. So I guess that needs to be a check that's made as well. Yeah, so there's a few state checks and life cycle checks that we need to do for this, and all of that needs to be managed by the cargo manager. Right then. So our first thing then would be, I guess, our struct. So struct cargo cargo manager for now, because we need an actor reference for storage. So the storage object is going to be a reference to the probe, a shelf, or whatever else we're storing the object on. And we need that so that we can query it to see whether or not it's available. Actually, on that note, Now let's do this slightly differently actually. If we build up a struct for managing the storage object itself, so that would just be actor, and then we'd need something like cargo class. So we'll define like which type of science lab is it, or is it a probe, that sort of thing. So we can have a list of potential locations. Yeah, I think I can see it forming in my head. So we'll manage a list of places that props can be taken to or removed from. So we've got like a master list of everything that can take or receive a prop. And then separately to that, we will have the individual cargo items, and each of those will have a reference to this struct, so they know what are they currently sitting in. So I suppose each one of these needs a struct of its individual shelf slots as well. So we would have like storage slots, and that would be a struct of shelf units, which we might already have. Yeah, these shelving slots. So we'll reuse that. So that would be struct shelving slot. Needs renaming. Okay, so we need an enum there for cargo classes. Yes, so yes, so you should be able to 3D print something once you've fully scienced it. I think that's perfectly within reason, because we have for every object that you can physically pick up, that object is going to have a recipe associated with it. So even the procedural stuff that we get from the planet's surface, they'll all have recipes for 3D printing them. They'll either be an organic class object or a non-organic, and the organic one won't have a specific recipe because it will just be reconstructed from the organic 3D printer. The non-organic things will have a recipe in terms of a percentage iron, percentage titanium, percentage gold, that sort of thing. We'll try and keep that as high level and as simple as possible. We won't go into like 0.3% tungsten, you know. We'll just stick to the main recipe. So once you've scienced that object, it should then be available to be 3D printed under under some kind of class drop down, we'll have to work on how we make that expandable over time. Because if you've picked up and researched like 300 different objects, we don't want like infinitely scrolling list of hundreds and hundreds of things that you can print. We'll probably maybe categorize it, so like weapon, next category, handheld, next category, like melee, and kind of just do like a category tree of objects. So if you find some alien gun that you really like, once you've fully researched it, you should then to be able to reproduce that same alien gun, and just print out loads of copies of it, which would be cool. It's a nice way of again, it's an upgrade path for the game, which is it's a physical upgrade path. So you're not researching a tech tree that then unlocks something. You actually have the physical thing to begin with that you then you reverse engineer through your science labs, and now you can produce it through your 3D printers. So it's a lot more hands-on, a lot more one-to-one than just a simple tech tree, which I like. I prefer it that way. Right, so this is the cargo classes, isn't it? Just wondering how best to do this. So obviously we have like the simple ones, like the lab titles. So they would be easy. But we're probably going to need some other cargo classes on top of that. Like ammunition, for example. Like if we're having to move ammo from one room to another, maybe taking that through to the magazine for the railguns, then ship ammo needs to be one of the cargo classes that we're dealing with. And I guess we also need priority cargo classes too, so like moving ammo around might be a higher priority than moving a bit of science equipment, depending on, I suppose, the state of the ship. Like during Red Alert, moving ammo is more important than moving science samples. But we'll expand on that over time. For now, if we do biology, geology, oceanography, what were the other ones? Got so many labs, I can't remember them all. Did we do xenoarchaeology? I can't remember now. Oh, botany, that was another one. Yeah, linguistics. I'll just do those for a minute, just as a test. So the individual shelving units will have these classes associated with them, so that we can route our cargo to the relevant location. And I'm thinking maybe we also have like special ones like probe. Obviously the probe is a multi-class thing. It doesn't stick to a specific thing. But I'm just thinking about the usage of that. So when the NPC queries the cargo manager, what is it they're querying for? What is it they're looking for? So the cargo manager needs to report back on, we've got this item that requires moving because it's in the wrong place. So we need to know that it's in the wrong place. Yeah, so we've got probe and probe storage, or probe yeah, storage. It's kind of like the probe outbox. So we'll be looking specifically for classes. Yeah, so that'd be it. So yeah, so on our cargo manager then, we would have two arrays. One array contains all of the objects that can contain cargo, and depending on the NPC, they'll want a list of sources that have cargo in a particular class. So we want cargo containers and cargo. So both of these would be arrays. So then cargo containers would be that one, which we'll rename. So it's not cargo manager, that's cargo container. So on here, that would be struct cargo container. Right, so when the NPC requests a list of containers, what it would do, it would go through these, and it would specifically check for ones which match its cargo class. So that would be enum cargo classes. Yeah, so it would be like, is that equal to, say, biology? So it would go through all of the registered cargo containers specifically for the biology ones, and it would, if it's looking to collect something, it would check then to see whether or not that has any free slots. So it would then look at its storage slots and see whether or not any of them have something on them. If it's putting something on a shelf, as in it's holding something to move, then again it would look through any storage container matching the biology class, and it would say, right, do you have any storage slots free, in which case I can then deposit my item in that location. So that gives the NPC a way of managing the cargo without needing to specifically know to look for a specific object or shelf in the world or probe, because it's just querying this this central manager instead, which holds all that information. And having all this information held in the central manager means that's also available for reporting, which means for certain UIs around the ship, we can use this for building UI information, like a stock take, like for each of the storage rooms for each lab, we can query this to see straight away, like how many shelves are available, how many are free, how many have something on them, what do they have on them. We could even use it for searching, because if we have a cargo struct for each cargo item, then we can actually search for a specific thing using this cargo manager. So I think this will become like the central ground truth for all of that. So I suppose we don't need to have all of the information about the cargo exposed on here. Only the pertinent stuff that's relevant to the deck crew. And I suppose we could do with each object registering itself with the cargo manager when it has cargo, and then deregistering itself, like if it gets destroyed or if it's currently not on the ship. It's probably the best way of doing that. Yeah, so so we'll have things like shelves and probes and whatever else, like a pallet or a forklift, whatever has cargo in it at any given moment. We'll have it register and deregister with the cargo manager just on the fly and as it goes. Yeah, and then again, this can then remain the ground truth. And then what we can have this do is maybe just poll those actors and say, right, what have you got? Just to make sure that these lists stay current. Because that's the that's the decision in terms of what's more performant, what's more reliable, is do we have the cargo manager querying all the shelving units, say once a second, to say, right, what have you got, to maintain that list, or do we have the shelving units tell the cargo manager every time something changes from their perspective? I might try it both ways and see which proves to be the more reliable and which proves to be more performant. I kind of like the idea of the manager managing that, so it's continually polling things to see what they've got. Yeah, because we can manage that by way of an interface, because we've got the reference to the actor that's actually the storage container. We can just fire a blueprint interface at that and say, right, what are you holding right now? And then similarly, for the cargo itself, if we just do another struct for this, we just call that struct cargo. Okay, so I suppose again we need an actor reference, so that's the actual cargo actor itself. We need our cargo class. So we know what it is, we know what class it is, and then I suppose we need cargo state. So you don't need to say cargo, that's kind of implied, isn't it? So this is where we put things like pending deletion and such. So enum cargo states. Greetings to the newcomers, good to see you too. You'll have to forgive me, I'm kind of in the coding zone at the moment, so I'm ignoring chat a little bit. So I suppose we could have things like pending collection, pending science, for want of a better description, pending deletion, something like that. So every time something happens to one of these cargo items, its current state needs changing. So we can also have things like in transit. So if the NPC drops the item, and NPCs being the way they are probably doesn't realize it's dropped the item, then that item is still in transit. So if another NPC comes across it, it knows that it needs to go somewhere because it's currently supposed to be on the move. So we can use that as kind of like a self-fix to make sure that things don't get littered all over the ship. We'll see whether or not this is needed. This might not actually be needed in the long run, but we'll run with it for now. I suppose the other thing we need is location, so we know where it actually is at this precise moment. So that's its world location. Now I don't think we need things like the seed or anything else about it, because this is only things which are pertinent to the cargo runners. Yeah, so they need to know the reference to the actor, so they know what they're physically picking up. They need to know where it is, so they need to know its location. They need to know what class it is, so they know whether or not it needs to go to a science lab or somewhere else, and potentially a state. We might end up making that, repurposing that, because we could have like active, as in stuff's happening to it, like retired. That's not how you spell retired. Retired. Or dispose. Maybe something more like this. So if it's retired, that means the NPCs won't touch it. Maybe a better word for that would be no, I'll just leave it as retired, which means that object is placed on a shelf, and actually no, let's call it static. So if it's an active object, I mean it's actively in, it's in the cycle of doing science, moving it around, blah 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 blah. If it's set to static, then it will no longer be touched by an NPC. It's a static object, they'll leave it where it is. So if a player physically places the object down, it will automatically be set to static, so that NPCs don't come along and move something that a player has put there specifically. And then if it's set to recycle, then it can be recycled and removed from the world. that makes more sense than the other way of doing it. Okay. So that being the case, then that needs to be struct cargo. So this cargo struct, or cargo array rather, is probably going to have hundreds of entries as we move things around the ship. Cargo containers is probably going to be a few dozen at most. So we shouldn't have too much impact in terms of looping and searching these. They're not going to be too big. So I guess we also need then our cargo interface, which I think we might actually repurpose the shelving one for. Did I make a shelving system? So I put them in the deck area. So BPI shelving, we're going to rename that to BPI cargo. And then that can go into our cargo system. Then we've got shelving slot struct. Which we might change up a little bit, but we'll call that cargo slot and move that to the cargo system. That can as well. Another example of building like two systems in the same folder. They're both relevant to the deck crew, but this should be task specific stuff only, not also including the shelves. We should keep these things separate, isolated, and modular. So our cargo container needs to have our storage slots, which is an array. So that's an array of available slots. I'm just now thinking, what is the rationale of having a separate cargo array? Because if we've got an array for our cargo containers, and then each container also has an array of its slots, then by extension it also has its cargo. So that's not actually needed. Because that can go on there. Because the storage slot is suppose you can have that as a child. Yeah, so struct cargo slot, which is that one. Okay, so yes, we've got our location of the slot in the world, the location of where the NPC stands to access that slot. That probably won't be needed in the long run, but for now. So rather than prop actor, we can change that to our cargo struct instead. So rather than just storing an actor reference, we're actually storing an actual struct with all the things we need for that particular piece of cargo. So we're holding that as an array. Hang on, let's organize these a minute. So this is the array for the container. So we've got a reference to the container as actor. We've got what class of storage this container is, be it a lab or a probe or whatever. We've got the available storage slots on that container, and that is an array of this struct, which gives us a string if we need it, some vectors, and what, if anything, is in on that shelf slot, which would be this struct, which contains everything we need to know about that actor. So I suppose the location there is potentially irrelevant, unless we're also using that for tracking things down which might not be on a shelf. But no, then it's, yeah, we don't need that. I've talked myself out of it. We don't need it because we know where the slot location is here, so we don't need it on the actual cargo item itself. So that gives us our actor, the class of objects, and whether or not it's static or active or being retired. Right, so that's the flow from that to that, which means we don't need that. We only need to worry about our cargo containers, which makes the logic a little bit easier to manage as well. So if we do timer by function name, yeah, then what we can do, so say once per second, we do check storage or refresh storage containers. No, check. Make that a function, and then what we do then is we grab our storage containers. We do a for each. We grab our actor reference. That's all we need for this one. And then we fire our blueprint interface at it, basically asking for its manifest. So we'd like a manifest retrieval. And then we would set members there for the storage slots. So we would get our storage slots from the container, and then update the manifest on here, which means that once a second it's continually updating its internal manifest to know what's where, what shelf has what thing. Okay, so we need a BPI for that. So I renamed that one, didn't I? Yeah, so we've got our that. So if we do get manifest, rename that cargo, rename these cargo as well. So we've got an output on this one, which is just manifest, and that will be struct. Can't remember what I called it now. Struct cargo slot. Yeah. So this is this basically. So on our manager, so we will get manifest like that, and then we just update that. So this should maintain an accurate manifest, accurate to within 1 second. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all it needs. But then we also need so we need to do our search function. So on here then, so this needs to be check for cargo, and check storage space. We might not actually need this boolean, because if that's empty anyway. So do we give the NPC the full list of what's on the shelves, or do we give it just one item? I'm tempted just to send it an array, because if we make that an array of cargo slots, so we'd send that the manifest. So from an NPC's perspective, they query the shelf, and the shelf says, I've got this. So rather than saying, here, take this one, it's saying, here's all the things I have. And then it's up to the NPC to then decide, okay, which one of those things am I going to pick up? Because we can drive priority through that. So the NPC can then loop through the list of things on the shelf and look for a priority item. or specifically something for a lab that it's currently fetching for. So if we had, say, one runner per lab as an example, then that runner is only caring about items for that lab, so they won't pick anything else off the shelf, but the shelf doesn't need to know that. So if we keep it as generic as possible, so all the shelf needs to say is, here, this is what I've got, help yourself, take your pick. So we don't need shelving empty, because that is that's implied if there's nothing in the array. So similarly, when we're checking for storage space, I think in this instance, I suppose again, yeah, we'll send an array of empty storage slots. So rather than saying put the item here, we'll say, well, here's all the empty slots, pick one. Niggly thought in the back of my mind that needs to be managed in terms of, if you've got two NPCs, they both request the empty slots that are available, they could both choose the same one, and then the shelving unit has no knowledge of that they've both chosen the same one. So we'll probably need like a reservation message there, just as an interim. So the moment the NPC chooses a shelf slot, he'll fire a message across to the shelving unit to reserve that slot, so that no other NPCs can request it. And if it's reserved, then it won't be given as an option to another NPC anyway. Yeah, so we'll add that to here. We can keep. Well, again, we don't need the boolean there if this is an empty array. So it's implied by the number of array elements. What we will do though is we'll do reserve slot. And again, cargo is implied, isn't it? So reserve slot, and then we need to add already that, yeah, great. Yeah, so we can fire across reserve slot and just make sure that this is the one that we're reserving, and all is good. It's not going to get dual booked. So on our cargo manager, let's make sure we implement there. So BPI cargo. Okay, so get manifest then. Right, we're going to have to add an input on here as well for the type of thing that they're looking for. So yeah, so we're going to have to loop through our cargo containers, and then we're going to have to check whether or not that is equal to the cargo class that we supply there. So to get manifest needs, actually no, this is not the one. This is not the one I'm thinking of. Sorry, no, get manifests. Is not something we need on this one, actually. because we are using this one. Yeah, so get manifest is something that we send to a storage unit, not the manager. Yeah, so this is the one where we need to check the class. So check for cargo and check storage both need the cargo class. Same with this one, cargo class. So all this will need doing in a minute. Obviously, this is now different. Okay, so does that equal the class we're looking for? If it does, oops, then we will grab that. Yeah, so from the NPC's perspective, they've queried the manager, so they're doing a check for cargo with the class that they're interested in. So we will loop through our valid containers, yeah, and then send the manifest back. So that is going to be empty or not. If it's empty, obviously the NPC will do nothing. Actually, you're going to get multiple hits. So we'll also need to deal with multiple storage units of the same class, because at the moment it's just going to hit the first one. I think if we I'm just thinking we need to break it when we find a valid one, but what we can do, if we do this, I'll just do it as valid index, it's easier. So we're saying if it's matching the cargo class and 0 is a valid index, which means that there's at least one thing in the array, then we'll send it across. Otherwise we won't. So we need to know whether or not we found anything, because we can just send that empty, which means we need a local variable which is not an array. I'm pretty sure these default anyway, but I'll set it to that just in case, just so there's no messing about. So we set that to false initially. So if we find a storage container that has something on it that matches the class, we flag that as a valid match, send that manifest out, and then we just break the array, and then it'll fire the completed pin. If there was a match, then we don't need to do anything because we've already done it. Otherwise, we'll just return with an empty array, which will cause the NPC to do whatever it is they're doing. So the nice thing with this is that this manager doesn't need to do anything or care about any of the game logic. It's just literally managing the thing that it's managing. It doesn't care whether it's full, it doesn't care whether it's empty, it's just saying, here's the data, which means that the NPC then has control over what's happening. So then in a similar vein, when we check for storage space, we'll do the same thing where we will take our list of cargo containers. We will do a for each with break. To be honest with you, we can probably do exactly the same thing. Yeah, we'll do exactly the same as we're doing there. Only rather than checking for a valid item, we're going to go through them and make sure that there are no valid items. Yeah, so I suppose for this one, I'm just wondering whether we build an array first of only the storage slots that have something in them. Because we're sending the whole lot across, whether they be full or not. I mean, the NPC can sort that out themselves maybe, but it might be nicer to send across only the slots that actually have something in them, rather than also sending the empty ones. Yeah, I might go ahead and do that actually, and then we do the inverse of that when we're checking for space, where we're sending the empty ones, not the full ones. So yeah, okay. So slightly more to it then. Hey Binary, good to see you. And hey Sirius as well, I don't think I saw you turn up. Okay, so we know that the cargo class is valid and it's got at least one slot with something on it. So the next step then is to for each on that. And then we know from here whether or not the slot is empty. I think I will keep that one. Yeah, do that. So if the slot is empty, we'll ignore it. If it's not empty, then we will add it to our temp array, which is of type cargo slot. And then we will add, so it's not empty, we shall add to that array. And then when we're done with this, oops, then we will send this and then we will send our temp array, not the one we're looping through. So this way we are sending, we're sending only the slots that actually have something in them, rather than the whole lot. I suppose I better clear that array actually before we start, because we don't want any lingerers hanging on. Right, so we clear our temp array, blah 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 blah, fill up the temp array, send it. Otherwise we send nothing if nothing matched. Okay, so now we need to do the opposite of that for this one. So we'll create our same local variables. So match our cargo class. So this is going to be slightly more complicated because actually, no. So I just realised I've done this one wrong, because there's always going to be a valid index, because the storage slots are always there, whether they're full or not. So what we actually need to do is we need to loop through them and check to see whether or not they are in fact empty. So we need to do a for each with that. Actually, we'll do that check first, because there's no point looping the array if it's the wrong class. Yeah, so if it's a matching class, then we will for each that. Don't need that now. So class is matching, loop through storage slots. We're going to need another Boolean. So now we need to check, this time, is the slot empty? No, other way around. Yeah. Is it not empty? So for each one, and we can maybe build this as we go. If we yeah, if we clear that, yeah, just saving us a job, because if we do the clearance there, because we're clearing it for each cargo container that we go through. So go to the cargo container, set valid match, because as soon as we find one, we're going to break it anyway, so we won't rerun this and reset it because we're breaking the loop. Hopefully the loop breaks in time, but we'll see. So we clear those, blah blah blah, do that. So slot empty is false. Then we can set that anyway, because actually no, sorry. No, set that. Hang on, let's get my logic right here. Yeah, so if cargo slot is not empty, then we can add that to our temp array. Oops. And we'll keep doing that. And then after, yeah, actually, yeah, then we can do it like this. And then we can say, if our temp array has at least one thing in it, then we know that this is valid. And then we can decide whether or not to continue. Although at that point, we don't need that, do we? Because we're checking it on the array, so that can be ignored. Yeah, so we're clearing our temp array. We are then only populating it if it's an empty, if it's not empty. And then we say, right, so if there's a valid index, i.e. there's at least one array entry, then we can go ahead and send the temp array. Okay, and then again, if that's not valid, then we'll send a blank array, i.e. it's been through all of the loops and at no point was that populated, therefore at no point does any of the registered cargo containers have anything on them. Right, and then we do the opposite of that here. Okay, so on this one, we're saying if slot empty true, then we'll add it to the array. So basically we're just flipping it on its head. If the slot's empty and it's matching our cargo class, then we can populate the array, and of course that will then be valid, in which case we can output our empty storage slots. Otherwise we just output the empty storage slots. so. Okay, that should be it. And then we've got our get manifest, which is only relevant to our units. Which basically boils down to the only thing the manager's doing now is just refreshing its manifest once per second, and everything else is handled via these blueprint interface functions. We'll also handle our slot reservation at some point. I won't bother with that yet, because I need to. Actually, no, we won't do this via the manager. We'll have the NPC fire this directly to the shelving unit. So yeah, so the manager only actually just needs to do this. So we also then need to give this a box. So if we copy that and that. There we go, we've got our cargo manager. So on begin play, we need to make sure we register these devices, these storage devices, with that manager. I guess we'll start with that one. I'll have to sort this out as well. So yeah, so this check for cargo function on here is no longer relevant, because so all this is doing is returning its manifest. So we need a manifest of cargo on the probe, which I suppose we'll just do on here. So cargo manifest, and that's just going to be an array of cargo slot. Oops. So we don't need to do anything with this other than just send the manifest, and then we'll handle the changing of the manifest locally per object, and then whenever the cargo manager sends its request, we're just literally saying, here's my current manifest, here's the current state of things. Okay, so that's our replicated send the probe button. That just needs to be that. So yeah, I guess we've got two things actually that we need to do here. So the first thing is we need to set up a reference to ourselves on the widget, which means we do need a sequence actually. And the second thing we need to do is we need to get all actors of class, which is our cargo manager. There's only ever going to be one of them, so we can just do that. I suppose we need a register and deregister. Yeah, so I'll add that to our interface. So we want register cargo container. So that's just that. And then we just need, oops. Deregister cargo container. And we'll send the same thing through. Because we'll need to, as things are added and removed, specifically probes, because they're dynamic objects, if that probe gets destroyed, then it needs deregistering from the cargo manager, because we no longer need to check it for anything. Similarly, if a new probe gets printed out, then we need to register it as a valid source of cargo. And I guess, let's say you have an alien ship visiting the ship, or an alien shuttle visiting the ship. That might have cargo, so we can register it as a cargo container and open it up for the NPCs to come and offload cargo. Okay, so on here we need to register cargo container and then deregister cargo container. And all we need to do with this is we will simply add that. So we're just adding our cargo container, and then similarly we can remove, but this needs to be an exact match for it to work, and I have a feeling it won't be, because the shelving struct is going to have items added and removed from the shelving, so this probably won't be an exact match. So what we might have to do is give each one a unique ID of some kind, and then we'll look for it and remove it by array element based on an ID match instead. Similarly, when we add, we'll do the same thing. We'll go through the array and we'll make sure it's not already added, so because we don't want it on there twice. Again, I could use the add unique, but again, the concern there is that the array is changing, so it might not be unique. So I'd rather check against an ID to make doubly sure. Right, so we shall register cargo container. Why is it not showing me the message? There we go. Does that sometimes. Right, and then we have to make. Oh, of course. Make. So we're simply going to give it our cargo class, which is a probe, and our storage slots, which is our cargo manifest. Obviously, once per second, it's going to be updating this anyway. Thank you, Max. Very much appreciated. I could do with a nice cup of tea, actually. It's getting chilly in the office. In fact, it's time to put the heating on, I reckon. If the remote works. There we go. You can tell when it gets cold in here because my hands start getting cold and then my fingers start freezing up and then I start making typos. Like the more typos I make, the colder it is. Yeah, it's expensive tea. Okay, so that gets the probe registered. So we now have a valid cargo. So the next thing we need to do in order to have this be actually valid is once we have spawned our prop, we need to make sure that we we'll set that. Now on this particular one, we're only ever going to have the one item because there's just one cargo slot on this one, so this is nice and simple to do. So slot name, we'll just call it trunk. So slot location and NPC location can be the same, so we'll get the world location, get actor location, so get the world location of the actor, plug it into those two. We will make our cargo. So our class is probe. Well, saying that, see, this is an interesting one actually. So if the NPC is looking for shelving that matches a certain class, I suppose they're not going to care about the class of the object on it because we're not specifically checking that. So if we set this one to botany because it's a pumpkin, and then state would be active. So again, active is if we're actively processing it in the life cycle. Static is if a player has put it down, so the NPCs will then ignore it. And recycle means it can now be recycled, which is a flag that we'll set as required. Okay, so we've now spawned the actor. We've added it to the manifest on the probe. And to be perfectly honest, we should probably not make the probe visible again until we've actually done all of that. So I'll do that. So we'll unhide it as the last thing we do. Not that this will be hidden. Actually, no, because then what will happen is you'll see the pumpkin appear ever so slightly before the probe, which would look silly. Okay, so that's that. So I suppose, like with the other shelves, we need a manage manifest tick running on here, because when we remove our pumpkin, this needs to register the fact that that's now gone, so that when the next check comes in from the cargo manager, it's reporting that there's nothing on there. Oh, thank you, T-Shane. Heading to the kitchen to make a cappuccino. Yes, it's very much okay. I make my own pumpkin spice sauce. Oh, wow. Very nice. Well, enjoy. I'm jealous of your pumpkin cappuccino. That does sound very nice indeed. I've got my passion fruit and mango frizzy water. Morrison's own. Right. Yeah, so we need one other thing on here, which is timer by function name. In case anyone's wondering why I'm using timer by function name. One, never use tick on blueprints if you can get away with it. Two is I did some mass testing a couple of years back with timer by function versus timer by event, and I think there's a third option, isn't there? Just set timer by, perhaps it was just those two. But yeah, I tested them with like hundreds of thousands of things happening on a timer, and I found that set timer by function performed much better than set timer by event. No idea why. It just did. So I've always used set timer by function since doing that. Okay, so if we have a check manifest function running, so all we need to do is we shall, yeah. So we'll see if it's overlapping anything. If it is, then we will get the first thing, because there should only ever be one thing, but even if there's more than one thing, we'll just get the first thing. Yeah, so we'll get that, and then we need to get our manifest. And we're basically just doing the same thing that we do here. In fact, let's skip that entirely, because we've got a cargo manifest function ticking away, so we may as well use it. Yeah, so we'll handle that via the manifest check. So this will just make sure that whatever it is always there. We will get the class and everything from the object at some point. For now, I'll just do that for testing. And if it's there's nothing on it, then we will quite simply clear the array. It's nice and straightforward. Yeah, so on about 10 times a second, that might be overkill, but 10 times a second we will check to see whether anything's in the trunk. If it is, we'll add it to the manifest. If it's not, we will clear the manifest. And then once per second, the cargo manager will be grabbing a copy of this manifest for this object. Okay, that should do the trick, I reckon. So that's the probe logic done. And we don't need to worry about the NPC having to tell the probe that it's picked an item up, because the probe is just checking to see whether or not anything's on it in its trunk area, which is nice because it means it self-manages, and then the cargo manager also self-manages, which means we're not having to rely on things telling other things, which means things can happen out of order. So it's all kind of nicely self-contained. So the next thing is we need to get the shelving unit to do the same. So I guess this time we're not going to have pumpkins on it, so they can get out of the way. And we can probably fill both of these up. So neither of these need a tag anymore, so we can clear the tags off of those guys, which is the point. Same with this, we don't need any tags on it, because we're using our cargo manager. We're no longer having to look for an actor with a matching tag, because we automatically know what and where they are. So as far as our NPC is concerned, they're now just querying the cargo manager. So in order for the object to get from there to there, we need the shelf to be doing the same thing, and we need to fix all this. So on begin play, similar to our probe, we need to do that. So we need to grab that reference to the cargo manager, so which we get that out of the way. So we've got our shelving slots, which I shall rename to cargo manifest. So our cargo class is probe storage. So this is like the output bin for the probe. Although let's parameterize that, because if we make that instance editable, then we can set that on the actual actor in the world. needs to be a reference to self. Did I do that on the probe? I don't think I did actually. No, I didn't. That would have broke it. So the shelving unit is a bit different because it's got multiple slots. Yeah, so we need to actually make our cargo for each one. So just to be awkward. Yeah, so just these ones where it's overlapping something. Just need to make a cargo. So get a reference to our actor. Class would be biology. Not that it's specifically need. Actually, no, we will. We will, because we will have it. We'll have the NPC first of all take. We'll have two NPCs. One of them can take the cargo out of the probe and put it on the shelf, and then the next NPC, which will be our science cargo runner, can then take the cargo off of that shelf and move it to the other shelf. So the NPCs can be working together as a team. Okay. So yeah, so this is the thing actually. We'll if we add that to our function, so we make did I call it on this one? Try and make it consistent. Check manifest. So obviously this one has a much more complicated set of things to do because there's a lot more shelves involved. Okay, so we're specifically setting them by ID. And then that would be set timer by function name. Function name is check manifest. Okay, so that's doing the same as the other one. To worry about the UI on this one, so we're just doing those two things basically. Don't need to worry about the UI input, don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so all we're doing is we're doing our so get manifest gives it the thing, check manifest does that. So we need our get manifest as well. Just give it that. So we're registered. We've got the ability to give it the manifest. We're checking the manifest. We're don't need to do the storage check or check for cargo, because we're now doing that via the manager. So where's that coming from? Is that a macro? Where are you coming from? There, right, yes. So neither of these need to be run on the shelves because they're running on the cargo manager. The initial setup, that's fine. Okay, so that's the shelves and the probe done. So on the shelves we need this one set to probe storage. So the cargo class of that is probe, that's probe storage, so it goes from there to there. And then this one would need to be set to botany. I think. What did I set those to? Botany, yeah. So specifically, that's a botany class on the cargo. So it's going to look for a botany shelf to put it on. So if we class that shelf as a botany shelf, that one is our probe storage, and that is our probe. It should go from there to there to there, which means we need a second NPC. So this one's going to offload the probe. This one's going to run to the botany lab. Drop over there. So what we should see is pumpkins making their way what is technically around the ship. So the missing piece of the puzzle now is that the NPCs don't know to do that yet. So now we just need to update all this with that new behavior. Okay, so so I think what we'll do, I think we'll have multiple depths with this. So I think we need our base department, but we also need then the sub department, because this list is going to go massive otherwise. For now, I think what I'll do is if we do a switch on that, and this is why it's going to get unwieldy otherwise. So like every single one of these needs to go into that, apart from deck runner and our deck probe room. But if we had just the departments to begin with, then we can switch on departments initially, and then on a per department basis we can then break that down further to specific roles within that department. And of course we need to make the bridge itself its own department. Right, so that takes care of that. So we need two different events here. So this one would be just call it cargo runner. So we'll have them. We'll set up a permanent reference to the blueprint, the cargo manager. But for now, I'll just find it the hard way, just for testing purposes. We don't care about the tag. Oh, so we don't need the tag bit actually. So get all actors of class, which is our cargo manager. Okay, okay, so we're going to do the same thing we did before, whereas we're going to check for cargo. He's looking specifically from stuff from probe storage. And then we get our manifest. So what we'll do is, because we know that our manifest is now it's been sanitized, so it's only things that have cargo. Actually, we'll do is valid index, just because it might be an empty manifest. So if valid is true, then we'll grab our random thing, which we can set as our active shelf slot. Okay, so that should get the NPC to the right place at the very, very least. So checking for cargo, we're looking specifically for things matching probe storage, which that shelf is classed as. And then we'll break that. To grab our actor. Okay. Pick it up, blah blah blah. Do all of that stuff. We'll grab our cargo. Grab our cargo manager again. Okay, so this time we're looking for our valid slots. That's just failure message stuff. Check storage space. Right, so like before, just check to see whether or not that is a valid index. If it is, then we will get that one. Oh, we won't. Actually, we'll get a random one. Again, just random empty shelf slot. Doesn't need to be a specific one. We are going to a specific destination. Ooh, actually. There is one thing that we need to check. So here, obviously we're setting our cargo class, but we need to do that from our object that we've picked up. So obviously that's an actor. So we'll still use our active shelf slot because we haven't reset it yet. And we'll set our class from that. Again, at some point that'll be part of the actor, the actual prop will have that information on it that we can query. But for now, we've already got this here, so we may as well just use it. Just to ensure that we are checking against the cargo class of the thing that we've picked up. So yeah, so then we replace our shell slot, blah blah blah, and we see whether or not it's empty. Right, so that's all the stuff that the cargo runner needs to do. And I think what I will do is I will collapse all of this into its own node so that I can copy it. Minus that. That just puts all of this logic in one long ass graph. So we need a duplicate of this, which is probe handler, and then we'll change that. They'll be running slightly different logic. Again, this is just for testing. The final version won't look like this because that's way too messy. Right, so same thing. We get a reference to our cargo manager. This time, we're looking for a probe. And we are going to blah blah blah. We're going to look for probe storage. We shouldn't actually need to do anything different there. weird. Where is... Is this because of that? That's weird. Okay. Let's do it this way instead. So again, just for testing, let's just do this a minute. And of course it's not going to let me copy it because it's doing that thing that it does sometimes. No, can't copy it until we've played and quit. Now we can copy it. Right, so this one's going from probe storage and in this instance to botany, and this one's going from probe to probe storage. Obviously I need to find a better solution to this because that's, as much as yes it's good to macro it because we're duplicating code, that needs to be more dynamic. Right. Let's see whether or not this actually does anything. So I'll send the probe away. The probe comes back with a pumpkin. Oh, hang on. We didn't tell him to do that role. So he is probe room person. Okay. Launch. Okay, look, there's a pumpkin. Pumpkin. Alright, let's see whether or not he sees that one. Okay then, I don't think I set these up, did I? Probe storage and botany. No, I did set those up. Okay. Right, so they're reporting shelving empty. So let's try and ascertain what's going on there. So cargo manager invalid. So we know it's not firing that. It's saying shelving empty. So it's saying so when we do check for cargo, we are receiving an invalid index on the manifest. All right. So let's walk through the various steps. I suppose the best thing to do is make sure we've got a valid no, hang on, check storage containers. Yeah, that one. So all we're interested in right now is how long is this array. This array should be three elements, because you've got the two shelves and the probe, so all three of them should have registered themselves. So we'll check whether they have. If it says 0, then they're not registering themselves. And while we're at it, we will turn off the debug on those cables. Great, so we've got 3 registered storage containers. That's good, that's a good start. So we know at least that we've got 3 containers. So we're getting the manifest for each one. So for each one of those then, let's get the length of the manifest. So I think it should be 1, 5 and 5, if I recall. Oh no, 1, 6 and 6 it should say. It should be 1, 1, 2 6s. Okay. Interesting, so it's reading... Ah, of course, right, yes, because we're clearing the array, which we shouldn't do on the probe, because it's still got a cargo space. Just because there's nothing in it, it should still be valid. So now it's saying 1 correctly because there's something in it, which is fine. So that proves that the cargo manager is working because it's getting the manifest for everything. So that is good. So the logic fail is in here somewhere, which is not surprising because this is well complicated. Right, so first of all we check to see whether we have a valid container, and then right, so let's stick our spam here. So if that is true, then we'll spam that out with the amount of slots. If it's false, per actor, isn't it? So we can actually get a reference to our actor and just spam the display name. So to begin with, all three of them should be orange because there's nothing in them. As soon as I have a pumpkin, then that's interesting. Why is it only showing the two? Ah, that's fascinating. So that means, are we definitely registering this as a probe? Yes. Cargo class probe. And then when we do the manifest, so rather than clearing this, we'll just we'll set it with slot empty. So it's still registering a slot, it's just it's an empty slot. Yeah. Okay. So I can only assume that one of them is reporting the wrong class. So we've got two NPCs. Both of whom are querying the manager. So okay, yeah, so right, so they're both querying the shelving unit first. Right, which is not what we want. I think that's the problem. It's trying to find the pumpkin on a shelf first, rather than trying to get it from the probe. So the probe handler, deck probe room probe handler. So just make sure that both of these are actually doing what they're supposed to do. So runner, handler, okay. Wait, both said a runner. Oh no, handler. Oh. Oh. I've just figured it out. So what's happening, when the macro reaches a failure state, we rerun this. So of course it's rerunning the wrong thing. So if we add an output, so we don't want that, we just want it to output. Can we have multiples of those? No, we can't. Okay, I have to just put spaghetti everywhere. Basically anywhere where it gives up, it's going to have to be linked to the output pin. It's messy, but that should solve the problem. Right, now they are hopefully looking at the right thing each time. There we go. One's looking at the probe, the other one's looking at the shelving unit. Now it makes sense. Apologies, Delta. Okay, so the handler is still saying the probe is empty. Okay, so we know that's working. So that's a good start. So we know he's checking the right thing, and we know that, which error are we getting? That one, shelving empty. Okay, so we know that the manifest is coming back with nothing. So we're constantly checking the manifest here. Yeah, we're saying the slot's not empty. So we're only sending an empty slot if there's nothing overlapping. So that should read 1. We should have a length of a single pumpkin. Welcome back, Danger Mouse. Okay, so as far as the probe is concerned, it's seeing one item in its manifest. So, right, okay. So we know that's working. So on the cargo manager then, Okay, so I got our invalid classes. So we know that's working. So we're checking for cards. So we're getting this far, and it's coming up with this because this is showing us invalid. So we're getting this far, then we're looping our array. So I'm wondering whether it's that. So it's not maybe not breaking it soon enough. Perhaps if we well, actually, here's an idea. Why don't we do that instead? So we'll just immediately break the loop. Which means hopefully that will never run twice. And then we'll do the output from here. Yeah, because that shouldn't progress to the next item unless this loop's finished. So let's try that a minute. Stuck in a box. I want to see whether it's actually adding anything to that temporary array or not. No, it's not. Okay. Which means slot empty must be returning true. Which can't be right. so we should only have, like, if I get rid of this, like, so the moment we have a match, it's just going to break and output the name of the matching unit, cargo container. So we should just have two things here. We should have, did I not give that a color? Because that would explain that. No, I didn't. My bad. Right, so we should have the name of the probe and the name of the shelf once each, which we do. Okay. Fine, so that's working. So we know we're definitely getting a matching unit. Okay. So I suppose let's get the length of that. Of course, we're getting a length of 0. It should be a length of 1 on the probe. Which shouldn't be 0 because we are actually adding. We're adding an array element there. Let's get rid of him. Get rid of these cables a minute. Right, and also I'm going to set the probe to come back pretty much instantly so that we can test it. Ah, interesting. So the server reckons that there's nothing there. He's seeing the same. Okay. We will get to the bottom of this. Getting hot now. Heater was on too long. So every time we get manifest, then let's just make sure we're sending through. In fact, let's not do it from there. Let's do it from here. So we're doing get manifest. I wonder if it's this. I'm wondering whether this set members is not working. So, oops, messed that up. I always run into issues when we're setting members in structs. Never seems to go the way I plan it. I'm just wondering whether we're seeing the right number there, but then that isn't actually doing what we want it to do. Yeah, so we're seeing 1, 6, and 6. And it's still saying 0. So instead, if I get a reference from that, and then do that instead. See whether they match a minute. Ah, okay, now it's showing 1, so that's a start. Ah. Okay, so she's trying to do her job, and so is he. Okay, so he's doing his job perfectly. Great. Right then. Mystery solved. It was this set members thing, which always trips me up every time. From there actually. Yeah, because we'll build up the temp array, break it, and as soon as it's broken, then we'll just do it from there. That's seemingly simple. So the last piece of the puzzle then is, why is she not picking up the pumpkin? So that's true, that's true, that's true. So setting our carried object, grabbing that there, attaching, setting that so it's getting this far. Definitely succeeding because it's not trying to give up. Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. I'm going to try placing a pumpkin rather than sending the probe. Just wondering whether it's like a can't reach it kind of thing. Right. Now she's seeing nothing in there. Well, the logic's obviously working, because if the logic was false, then they wouldn't be moving it between shelves. And it's the same macro. She thinks she's doing it because she's moving it to the right shelf slot and randomly picking a slot, which is nice to see. But and it's not like we're spawning it in with some weird characteristics, because we're literally just using the same pumpkins. Alright, one last test and I'll call it a night, because it is past. So we'll just yeah, so we'll check here that what we're picking up is what we should be picking up. Let's make sure it's actually setting this variable. Again, I'll use a known good pumpkin to test it with. Okay, so that would suggest that we're not getting have I made a boo-boo? I have, look. I forgot to plug that in. That'll fix it. Okay, launch probe. Probe comes back. Hurrah! Brilliant. We have a working system. Get out the probe. I was wondering whether they'd do that. That's what happens when you stand in the probe. Great. Okay. We got there. So, we have a probe. The probe can spawn cargo. The NPC can pick the cargo up, and the NPC can take the cargo places. The other NPC is now unsure as to what to do because the shelves are full and they don't know what to do, but that's a problem for another day. The important thing is we have a progression chain between different stages of the cargo's life cycle, which is good. One more step towards sending probes down to planetary surfaces. So on that happy note, I'm going to call it a night. I have a nice hot cup of tea and maybe a bit of cake, because yes. Alright. Thank you, Firstus. Just a really quick answer for Sovereign Finn. This is a dev stream for Starship Simulator. If you check out the description, you should be able to see a link to it on Steam, and then hopefully that'll clear up what it is we're actually doing. But yeah, we do dev streams 3 times a week, and you can follow the progress of the game's development. All good fun. Alright everyone, I shall see you on Friday for more Friday fun. Bye for now.